morning. I slept until fairly recently. I know that by Swedish standards it's 10 a.m., but I have just slept so poorly in the past few weeks. I don't know. Um I have partially turned the day over a little bit, but mostly it's something else. I don't know what it is. Um so I didn't actually go to bed until 1:30. So I got up at 9 today. I'm still a little bit tired, but that's fine. It's one of those days. I am excited to be hanging out here for a few hours today. I've got a lot of things going on this Sunday. First of all, I ordered some food that's going to be delivered at some point throughout the day. I think around 11 to between 11 to 12:30 is the time window that I have now. So depending on if we're chatting, I might have to hop into a sprint real quick to deal with that. For the most part, granted that my door phone works as it should, they should be able to come just deliver it. But I need to, during the first sprint, just look into everything so that they have all my information. Sometimes my door phone doesn't work. We've kind of had a storm here also for the past few days. It's the amount of snow that Sweden or Stockholm or many places in Sweden is experiencing right now is just a little insane. I heard that there are some places where they haven't had electricity for the past 7 days. And that nightmare, honestly. Could I survive it? Probably not. I need to prep more for situations like that. I did have a power outage not too long ago, and there are so many aspects of that where you're just like, how do you get into the building? I have like a little electronic blip. So someone had thought of that and was helping people get into the building. And then the elevators don't work, and I live on floor 8, so I had to like walk up a really dark staircase for a long time. And then you come in and you try to turn on the lights all the time just by sheer just habit. Yeah, but that's not what we're gonna talk about. No, I also, since it's Sunday, have added to my routine to do a little Sunday reset. So we're gonna get started with that. I have a video to edit, and I need to finish the book club book for this this month, because I want to make a little video going up on the 12th or 13th talking about it. So that's what I'm going to do. I have this little left, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Like, I could get this done in the first sprint or so. But hi everyone, for if you're here and you have not come across this channel before, my name is Josephine. Biopicked is a book club, first and foremost. This month we are reading Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow. We should be finished with it by January 12th, so you still have time to join in if you would like. The book club is located mainly on Fable. I have experienced some issues with Fable this week because I think they got a lot of readers at the same time. They had some server issues. So last time we did a sprint, I couldn't actually put in my devastating comments because last time I read this, I was crying on the stream. So I think if you go into the description, you'll be able to join in and chat about the different chapters together with me. So please join the book club. Yeah, so that's part of things. I am also reading 3 other books. Only 2 is listed here because I had limited space. Empire of Storms, I'm about 37% into. It's my audiobook that I usually listen to when I'm like cleaning or doing my nails or like all of those things. Enjoying it so far, but I don't know, I'm always a little bit bored at the beginning of a Sarah J. Maas book. And then We Do Not Part, I have made some progress in, because last time we talked, I think I was only about 8% in. I did spend a bunch of time yesterday reading, so now I'm about 20% into this book. The first 20%, not gonna lie, had me a little grossed out. And I was at a spa yesterday whilst I was reading, so it felt just a little bit, but still, I've been thinking about it since I put it down. So if I do have some time today, maybe I'll take just one of the sprints and read a little bit in this as well. I am also reading another book called Exercise. That's the one that's not here. It's part of my personal learning curriculum. But yeah, it's not that interesting. It's about, well, it is interesting, but it's a nonfiction book about exercising. But I think I will talk about it more once I've gotten in a little bit more time on it. I'm on chapter 1, but I'm also taking, because it is through my little learning curriculum that I made for myself, I'm heavily taking notes on each chapter and really sitting with it and making sure that I am doing the best that I can there. So yeah, I will see how I do. I think for this upcoming sprint, because that's what we're doing, we're going to be doing reading or productivity sprints. I have set the timer for 1 hour, and I added some nice rain in the background, but you can of course mute us or mute me if you don't feel like listening to that. I don't know how long we're gonna do. We're gonna do either 3 or 4 sprints. I always sort of just decide in the moment, because 4 sprints is quite a lot. I haven't really mustered up the energy to sit in this chair that I'm sitting in. I need to get a better chair for more than 3 sprints, because it's also, we chat in between. That's the thing. We hold each other a little bit accountable, and you can do whatever you want throughout a sprint, but then usually we come back after a while and have a chat. So that's the format. You can either be watching this live, or maybe you're watching this when we're not live anymore. In that case, do leave me a comment. So if it's live, either in the chat about what you're getting up to for the next sprint, or in the description box. No, not in the description box. That's not how YouTube works. In the comment section below, you can talk about what you were getting up to during this sprint, because we're about to get started with one. The spa was really nice though. I can recommend. If you're ever in Sweden, there's this town or city called Västerås. They have a really nice spa called Steam, and that's where we were at, and it was amazing. Can recommend. I love a good spa. Yeah, I did have the worst stomach ache because I'm currently trying to recover from gastritis, and obviously I had drinks and lots of food and stuff I probably shouldn't have been eating. So yeah, but let's get into the first sprint. I think let's just get started. I fear that if I yap anymore, I'll probably end up talking about all my health issues, and we don't need that. For this first sprint, my intention is to start off by making my to-do list for the day. I always just have a little check on all of those things. Then I am going to finish tomorrow and tomorrow, so that I can come back and actually start working on content for that. I did have a YouTube video. I made a YouTube video. Oh my God, it's been so long. I made a YouTube video that went up yesterday evening, and I actually have another one filmed. So I might also take some time and begin editing the next one, which is about my top 10 books of 2025. It would be nice to get it up fairly soonish so that we can leave 2025 behind. Yeah, I think so. So that's my plans for the first sprint. And then, yeah, when we get back, let's talk about what you've been up to. If there's no one here, I'll just yap about something else. I have a lot of time in me to yap. So let's get to it. I am going to switch to the bigger window and start the reading timer. And there we go. And I shall leave you and see you in an hour. I think I have like 5 or possibly 7 pages left of the book. I can't believe I still didn't finish it. I'm such a slow reader. I I guess I'll finish it in the next sprint. I see we have some comments in the chat, so let's get to them. Hi, Alanya. Good morning. Nice to hear that you're doing good. Good to see you again. I'm reading The Long Walk by Stephen King. I heard many good things of that book. I know that a movie came out. It's definitely on my TBR, but I haven't gotten to it yet. I actually have only read one Stephen King novel, so I have a lot of Stephen King to get to. Just finished 2 books last night. What were those? Tell me more. Did you enjoy them? What were they? That's a good job, I think. I always love the feeling of finishing a book. It's like I get this surge to get more productive in life. I don't know. I guess you left at some point and came back. Nice. Nice to see you again. Let me know how that sprint went for you. And Joshua, you're here as well. Hello. I am well. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm doing well. I'm happy that it's a Sunday. Made it to part 2 of The Housemaid last night, so I'll be continuing that today. Ooh. Is it part 2 of the book The Housemaid or part 2 of the series The Housemaid? How are you liking it so far? For me, it was like quite easy to move forward in that story. Like it's kind of action-packed. I got dressed for the day in that sprint as I joined halfway through. Yeah, that's good. I have barely gotten dressed for the day. I mean, I am wearing clothes, but I am not. This is not my final outfit, I think. I'm wearing comfy clothes at the moment. And then I might be going out for a little adventure with my friend in the evening. And so I need to dress up nicely. Oh, part 2 of the first book. So we're about to get Nina's perspective for the first time, and I'm hooked. I mean, when that part came around, I honestly think it's like one of those turning points where you're like, oh, finally, this is starting to make sense. I was definitely hooked by that point as well. It's very nice. Yeah. I managed to almost finish this book. Like I said, I only have about 5 pages left. It's really good. It's not at all what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. I usually go into books very much with no expectations, but I did not expect it to be about video games the way that it is. I'm not sure why. I guess I don't know enough about video games. I think if you are like an avid video game player, you would really like eat this up. But I think that Gabrielle is so creative with the way that she's telling the story. I think that's the biggest strength. And I must say, it did break me a little bit, this book so far. I can't wait to read the final part of the conclusion. Yeah, and then for this sprint, I also mapped up all the tasks that I needed to get done. I posted some comments in the book club over on Fable. Yeah, for my next sprint, I'm definitely gonna make sure I finish the book, but then also I'm getting a food delivery. So I saw that it's arriving in about 37 minutes, which is actually perfect. So I'll time it somewhere during the next sprint. And then I am also doing a little Sunday reset, which is usually planning out my week ahead. I have such a busy schedule because I'm going back to work next week, and typically that is just insane for me. It's like I work with recruitment, so my schedule is usually interview. We're in a quite busy period at work, so I am definitely going to need to be a little bit more rigid with all the things that I want to get done outside of work, because my brain gets so tired from from that intense meeting structure. But I still have Monday and Tuesday off, which I'm very excited about that. I think that I am going to do another sprint on Tuesday, perhaps, but maybe then more so in the evening, because I do believe I will meet up with a friend at some point. I'm just going to check with her when we're doing that. But I will probably next week sprint on Tuesday and Sunday, I think, will be my days. I have some admin to do today as I work as an online tutor right now. Ooh, what are you tutoring? That's so cool. Is it a lot of admin? And I feel like you just changed your profile picture. Is that a cool Christmas tree, or what are you standing in front of? I'm very curious. Yeah. Life is already getting busy, and we're only on January 4th. I really have enjoyed these Christmas or a holiday season because I have gotten enough time to decompress. Not so much time to sleep though, because I'm so tired. I went to a spa with my friend over the past 2 days, and it was a lovely time when we first got there. We did some cocktails and we played a lot of games, like they had flipper games and shuffleboard and pool and things like that. We also did karaoke for an hour, and then we had this really nice dinner. It was lovely. And then for the day after, we went into the spa area and got to do all the different pools and saunas and things. And I got to lay in like a sunbed and read my book. Amazing. But for some reason, both of us throughout that night did not sleep well, like possibly 0 hours. I think at some point I got out my headphones to listen to a sleep story because I love listening to boring history. And then as I was doing that, I think I managed to get through 45 minutes, and then I usually set like a sleep timer so it doesn't go on forever. But to be honest, that I managed to listen to it all, and then I was like, why is it quiet now? And then I realized, oh my God, this has never happened to me before. So I think I slept about 3 hours. So I'm still feeling the deficit, to be honest. English primarily, but sometimes maths. Oh, that's cool. I think it's nice. I wish I would have utilized online tutors or tutors in general. I don't see it as a equally as big thing here in Sweden, but maybe I did well enough in school that it was never suggested to me. But for maths, I definitely would have needed it. The profile pic change just kicked in. Yeah, it's a tree in Covent Garden. Oh, yay. You said you were going to London. Did you do that now? Or are you doing that in a bit? I'm sorry for not remembering very clearly. Hermie has joined us. Good morning. I'm so happy you're here. What are you going to get up to throughout the sprinting today? And Josh says, hi, Hermie. And Hermie says, hi, Josh. Nice. Exciting. Yeah, I guess we're getting ready to go into the next sprint. I'm just going to make sure I time it a little bit with, with my food delivery so you don't have to necessarily see it. It's set to arrive in about 29 minutes, so I guess that's good. Oh yeah, you're going next weekend to see Wicked. I do remember that you were going to see Wicked. Oh, that must be so exciting. Oh, I want to live through you. I wish we could do that sometimes. I just wish that portals were a thing so that it was easy to travel to other countries and quickly join other people across the world. I think that would be so cool. Please let me know what you guys are going to get up to in the next sprint. Like I said, I'm going to finally finish it. I'm going to finally finish tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. I feel like I spent an actual month reading this. I usually try to be a little bit more intense with a book, but here, since I've only been keeping it for our sprints together, I would usually, it's been a slow read for me. And then I'm going to pick up the food that is arriving. I am also going to do my Sunday reset, and hopefully by the time we come back, we're going to be, I'm going to have done so many productive things. That would be a good book. I mean, it would make a good book. Maybe we should write it together. I would have been here sooner, but Isabel needed snuggles, and it was so warm and cozy, I ended up sleeping a bit longer. I mean, I ended also up sleeping a bit longer. I think sleep should be prioritized over all things. I literally woke up, I think, I started at 10 my time, so that would be like 9 a.m. your time, I'm guessing, since you're in the UK. But then I got up like 45 minutes before I was supposed to start, and during those 45 minutes I don't even know what I did. I brushed my hair, but I doubt that took me 45 minutes. Yeah. Okay, but let's get into the next sprint and we can come back and chat in about an hour. As usual, I'm going to just skip the break and start the timer. Yay. Okay, see you in a little bit. So, hello. That sprint just flew by, honestly. I did manage to get all of the things that I said I was going to do done. I finished the book. I am so happy about that. I'm a little bit torn on how I feel about it because on one end, I thought it was beautifully written, like it's an amazing story. But then, is it a story for me? I don't know. I need to think about it and decompress before I write down my thoughts, I think. And then the food was delivered and I managed to put that away. I'm gonna, in the next sprint or so, cook some lunch, I think, just to try it out because it looks so tasty. And then I don't think I mentioned that, but sometimes I do this food delivery service where they kind of cook for you. All I have to do is cook the pasta or the rice or whatever. And this is because I'm a bit lazy. And it's nice to have like lunch boxes and stuff if you're at work. So that's why I have that. And then I also did my Sunday reset, which usually just consists of me planning out all the things I need to do in the upcoming week. And I have just started a new format for it. And I think I did good. I just managed to finish the final task like 15 seconds before the sprint ended, so I really was cutting it close there. But yeah, we'll see. Next sprint, I think I should be editing a YouTube video because I have one that I want to get up as quickly as possible. So maybe that will be my next task. Maybe I'll read for 30 minutes and do an hour of editing. Yeah. Hermie probably sent this before the sprint, I think. I'm going to check my to-do for the day and knock off the daily tasks first. Let's see how you did on that. Lindsay. Hi, everyone. Just joining because I'm in the U.S. and it's 5 a.m. here. Continuing to read The Witching Hour by Anne Rice. Loving it so far. You're all the way over there and up at 5 a.m. That is so early. How are you doing? I'm very happy that you joined in on such an early hour. Cool to know that you're from the U.S. Morning, Linz, says Hermie. I knocked off breakfast, emails, a little bit of Discording. That sounds nice. I realized today that I had not kept up with Discord. So I went in and checked all the messages in your Discord, Hermie, just to catch up. Because I used to be so involved in Discord. I actually used to run this Dungeons and Dragons club together with a bunch of other people, of course. And I was always so active. And then my ex-boyfriend, this is many years ago though, used to always communicate with me through Discord. So then it was like my main platform that I used. But since then, and that's like, I don't know, 3 years ago. So since then I haven't really been in. So I need to practice getting the habit in, I think, a bit more. You always get up this early? Yeah, I actually don't think that's so crazy. I had a period where I was also like a 5 a.m. riser, and it's just because I like that time in the morning for getting stuff done. But honestly, I applaud you because I am also, I think I'm simultaneously a morning owl and a night owl, and I go through periods where I stay up too late, which is what I'm doing now. So 5 a.m. wouldn't be doable for me, but that is very, very good, very strong of you. Do you go to bed early, or are you just someone who survives on not as much sleep? Next up will be today's Move for Mind, and edit and upload day 3 and 4 of Move for Mind Shorts Reels. Can you tell me a bit more what Move for Mind is? I think I saw something on the Discord. Maybe it's the thing that you're doing when you're climbing a mountain, right? Let me know. Let me know what that is about. I feel like I am so grateful to have had such a lovely winter holidays. Like, I feel like the outside of my window right now, because my view is just of a bunch of lovely trees, is just a winter postcard because we had a snowstorm. So it's fantastic. And I actually think the weather calmed down today. So I'm going to venture out. I know I said I was going to go on a date, but actually that got canceled because I found out when I went to the spa over the past few days that he used to date my friend, and then he ghosted her after like many dates, and I just, no, didn't seem like a nice vibe. So I canceled that, but I'm gonna hang out with a friend instead, which I think is a win situation all in all. I'm in way too many Discords and I find it hard to be active in them all, so I'm trying out spending 30 minutes each day trying to Discord. That's good. Because it does get overwhelming quick. Like, there's so many channels if you're in different servers that you need to keep up with, and like people to engage with. Yeah. It's quiet. I enjoy that quiet alone time. I do go to bed early, and when I stay up late, I tend to still wake up early, so I try not to stay up late. I think that's a good strategy because you still need sleep, I guess. Yeah, a lot of the times I do a lot of exercising in a week, and a lot of the times my favorite spin classes, they don't start until 6:30, and after I've done one of those, I'm just too energetic. Like, you get all these endorphins, and like you have to go home and cook and shower. And so by the time I finish with that, sometimes it's like 10. And then I'm still not like down from the excitement of what my spin classes are like. So I think actually it's that new habit of having gone to spin that has changed my habits, because before, in the past, I would always also get up super early. Yeah, but that's nice of you to have that habit. I think quiet alone time is like the bestest, I think. Don't be so sorry about that. There will be more dates. I have like a little daily habit of doing what I call dating admin, where I go in and engage on the different dating apps, and it has resulted in about a date a week for the past many weeks now. I did take a little break over the holidays just because it's exhausting. But yeah, I'm still on square zero though. Right now I have zero prospects. So we'll see how it goes. Move for Mind is a fundraiser for mental health charity where I'm moving for 31 minutes every day of January. Okay, cool. It is indeed the start of training for hiking for my first mountain in May. So that's what you were saying. I very quickly read the message in the Discord. That's cool. I love anything that has to do with movement and charities. I have done a fair amount of like charity spin rides. For example, we have like this month, I think it's usually in October, if I'm not misremembering, in Sweden, called the Pink Ribbon. I don't know if this is like a universal thing, but Pink Ribbon Month, which is like awareness for breast cancer. So then I did a bunch of like donating, and I have been supporting this tuberculosis health organization, etc., etc. So I definitely think it's a very nice initiative. What will your movement be today? Are you doing a specific type of movement, or is it more so that you're like walking, or yeah? Oh my God, I'm missing the break. Oopsie. No worries. You're as welcome whenever you want. You did get a chunk of the House Med Red. Good. You're getting to the really good juicy part. So I don't know how you are even able to stay away from it. Like, all I wanted to do when I was at the part that you're at now was just finish the book. I couldn't put it down. I feel like it was the same with the second one as well, which I read at the end of December. So I just read the second and third one. But yeah, it's once you get to a certain part, it's like, oh no, I can't stop. Let me know what you guys are going to get up to in the next sprint, because we are preparing to get into a new one. I always set the timer for the chat timer for 20 minutes, which is a little bit long. I usually only talk for 10 minutes. We've passed that a little bit, but for the next sprint, I think I'm going to spend 10 minutes. No, not 10 minutes. I'm going to spend 30 minutes reading We Do Not Part, and then I'm going to spend another 30 minutes editing my next YouTube video, just because I need to get that done. It would be nice to have it finished. I won't be finishing it today because the last one, which I uploaded yesterday, took me so long. It took me many hours, at least 3 to edit. So I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 actually. That was so much. I need to reduce that time. I started playing around with all the shortcuts that you can make, and so I have fibromyalgia, so I have to be flexible with movement. Today I'm walking on the walking pad because it's icy outside. I actually also have fibromyalgia. Fellow fibromyalgia here. Yeah, so I totally understand. Some days are also just like the worst, and moving is difficult at all, I feel like. So 31 minutes on the treadmill or walking pad, amazing. And your body's gonna hopefully thank you for it in the long run, I think. Oh my God, if you have fibromyalgia, then I'm so impressed by you. For hiking a mountain. That must be, I don't know how it affects you. For me, I obviously have periods where I am in a shitty state. Like I'll throw up and stuff because of the pain. So I know that it, like, you can go up and down. But many days I have more energy, can do other things. So I'm so impressed by you. Good job with with setting a goal of hiking a mountain. That's so cool. Yeah. Okay. But let's get into the next sprint, and we can have a little chat again in an hour. I'm so happy you guys are always joining me. I appreciate you so much. Let's reset the reading timer as usual. Skip the break. I'm starting it now. Okay, see you in an hour. I hope I'm back. I don't really know how all of this happened, but something happened with my computer. I was starting up all the Adobe programs at the same time. Um, let's see if I'm back. I have no idea. Yeah, that's great. Everything is just not really. Okay, but I can see that. Yes, thank you. Great. Oh, that was a little stressful. I know that there were lots of comments that we were not able to get through, so I'm just going to read them because they disappeared from my little plugin when I had to restart the program. So let's just do that, and then I'll have to restart the timer again. That's a shame. We were on, was that the second sprint? It must have been, was it the third sprint? What time is it? It must have been the second sprint, right? I don't know. But now we will have to restart it. Yeah. I will just go through the comments that we missed, and then I will also chat about what I got up to, because I was fairly productive again. Hermie was talking about your fibro, which I can so relate to. You said all about moving intuitively for your body, and all movement counts and helps. You're working with a personal trainer, is what you said, that understands your situation, has done research to help with my movement. I would love to hear if you get any good tips, because obviously I suffer from the same issues, so to speak. But you also said something that fibro kicks my butt a lot, but I try to focus on my mental health being as good as possible because I can cope with the pain much better when my mental health is in a good spot. I fully agree with that. I used to never really understand this concept, but when I got my fibromyalgia in connection to getting a vaccine when I was 18 years old. And this was something that you were mandated to take through your school, and it wasn't a very fun experience. And it took me about 6 years to get a diagnosis, and it was a lot of back and forth with doctors and them telling me I was making it up and such. So it wasn't the greatest time, gonna be honest. But then I realized, because I remember being in university and I was still undiagnosed at that point. It was in my third year of university, actually, that I did get the diagnosis, because I was in such a bad shape. Like, I was in so much pain I couldn't get out of bed, and like I was missing school. And so I finally managed to meet someone who took me seriously. But then I remember battling with, okay, am I going to have this for my entire life? That sucks. I was hoping that there was something that I could have done to not feel in pain every moment of the day. And I realized that once I started accepting that was what the case was, I started feeling so much better. So it's definitely connected. Like, the better your mental health can be, the better you feel. So I agree with that. For me, I also need to not be stressed a lot. I need to take care of myself and really I found exercise that works for me, and then just stick to a schedule. But then also I'm so affected by things like cold weather. So I don't know why I live in Sweden. I should just move to a warm country, honestly. So cool of you to really prioritize doing something cool, like climbing a mountain or hiking a mountain. And good that you are working with a personal trainer also. And Joshua is saying that the housemaid is very gripping. I know that some book talk-esque books don't always live up to the hype. However, this one does for me. I understand why people really like the housemaid, so agreed. And then Joshua very kindly pointed out, I think the timer may have stopped. I just didn't notice because the entire program lagged out for me. And now I should be able to click up the rest. I got 20 minutes of the 31 done for Move for Mind. That's so good. We'll try to do more in a bit. I need a shower, which nearly always saps my spoons. Oh, I don't know why it's like that with showers. I feel exactly the same. Sometimes I just think that showering is nice once you're doing it, but it's terrible for the rest of the time. Like thinking about it, anticipating it, getting out of the shower. Blah. There's so many things about that I don't like, but you have to do it. Yeah. And thank you for letting me know that we're back, Lindsay. I don't know. Sometimes I'm using this OBS program, and sometimes when I use it, it seems to crash. I need to figure that out, why it does that, because it's like it's just loading and loading and I can't seem to do anything. I don't know if OBS is the best streaming thing. It's just what I found when I was looking around. So if you have any advice, then let me know. I got mine from having glandular fever when I was a teen. I just never got better fully. Oh, that's the worst. Hopefully attitudes will change now that people are effectively getting it from COVID, as in long COVID. Yeah, and also, at least here in Sweden, it's not necessarily taken super seriously in the sense like, because you can't really test for it in the best way, right? If you take blood tests and you don't find anything, a lot of doctors are a little bit ignorant. And I found, I don't know how you felt being a teenager having fibromyalgia, but at least here in Sweden, the most common age group getting fibromyalgia is middle-aged women. And so it was not very common for someone who was 18 to necessarily have it. And so they never really did anything on it. I even had doctors tell me that I was just making it up. And then when I did get diagnosed, I did this rehab course, and all the women there were significantly older, like in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. And as a result, I think it's also largely ignored there. I know that research isn't really that great, and it's one of those terms that you kind of get this diagnosis when all else has failed in a way. So, yeah. I wish that there had been more science so that we could know what is causing this, because it would be very interesting to know. Yeah, now that we're back, during the previous sprint, I cooked some lunch, very tasty. I read about 30 minutes of We Do Not Part, so I'm about at 27% of the book. And then I also started editing my next video, and I was doing color correction. And honestly, maybe that is what caused the program to crash. I don't know. So maybe I'll just not do it now. I was having some issues with my footage that I had filmed also. And I noticed this at a previous project that I was doing, that somehow the settings on my phone now isn't compatible, as I use my phone to film, and it used to always be compatible with Premiere Pro, but something has changed, and now the coloring is not compatible with Premiere Pro. So I'm going to see today how I can fix that for the future, because essentially I have to convert some sort of coloring something in settings to something else, and then the footage looks so weird, and I have to color correct a bunch, but I can't see it without having to go to export. And so I was doing that a lot of back and forth. So it's so stupid. But yeah, I will have time to finish that at some other time, and maybe it's fine. I've been doing this, and this is the first time that has happened, so I shouldn't get stressed out about the stream breaking up. For me, no specific movement works consistently all the time, so I just have to be flexible and do a little more often approach. Although there are days and weeks when I'm flaring that look different. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think when you're flaring, oh, that's the worst. Then you can't really, you have like 3 spoons and you can't do much. I had a period, I have been flaring a little bit more these past over December and onwards, where I just like, oh, I've been feeling so bad actually. And especially because I've been traveling, I can't really sleep in anyone else's bed because mine is just very soft and perfectly molded to my body so that it doesn't hurt as much. But yeah, I've been told to just lose weight, get over it, just push through, stop being lazy so many times. Yeah, exactly. You get to hear all these things. For me, it has been so much about like thinking that I'm making it up or I'm just anxious. And then you start to believe that. It's so easy not, or it's so difficult not to believe these people telling you this, especially since it's coming oftentimes from medical professionals who are just telling me nothing is wrong with you. So completely understand that. Now that I got some reading done, I'm going to start the next sprint off with a walk with my dog Willow. It's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's going to be a cold one. Oh, that is so cold. Wait, what is I need to look up. 20 degrees Fahrenheit. That should be minus 6. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of have, what is it here? I think we're kind of similar. Yeah. I have the same temperature as you, but it's really cold. That's so cold. I hope Willow enjoys the cold, and that you have a nice walk. Then if you get a doctor that understands it's a real thing, they're most likely to tell you that you can't do anything and to just rest. Yeah. I had this one doctor, I actually did a lot of research and found this one doctor that was a specialist in fibromyalgia. I think he's retired now. I haven't seen him in many years. But he had lots of actual more practical things. Like, for example, you can do, he gave me antidepressants, but on a very low dosage because it can help with pain management. I tried a lot of those, but I got all the side effects from them, so I ended up stopping. And then also I got to do a lot of rehab courses through his medical facility. So I got to learn how to, like, I got special tools to help me in my day-to-day life. I got to learn how to exercise in the best way for me. I got to talk to other people about my experiences. That was very useful, but then again, I was maybe 22, 21, 23, somewhere around there, and everyone else was 50, 60. So I felt a little bit like we didn't really have the same struggles. We weren't in the same place in life. But that was very useful. Yeah. Finding a good doctor is a pain. You would think they would all want to help and figure out why their patients are in pain. Yeah, definitely. You would think that. In Sweden, we have public health care that's fairly almost free. You have to pay a small fee, and then there's a cap. So I could never spend more than $100-ish. Maybe it's higher now, but it used to be $100-ish a year. So after that, all your healthcare is free. I have been in more serious situations where I had to have surgery for my gallbladder. Then I got to stay in the hospital for 4 days, and it only cost me $13. So in that sense, I think we are so lucky here. But the issue with having healthcare like that is that you don't always get help. You have to really argue for yourself or like for your sake, because they're not necessarily going to help you on the first try. Or especially, I've noticed this in a lot of situations, because yeah, they think you're going to the doctor for whatever little thing. Hypochondriac. Enjoy your lovely dog walk. I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, I've never been to Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh. I need to look up Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh a little bit more. I think it's one of those places that I don't know much about. Or even now that I'm thinking about it, I can't place it in my knowledge of the American map. But it does seem like a nice place from whatever associations my brain has. Amitriptyline is the only med I have found that helps without too many negative side effects. So individual, I think that's what puts doctor off, because there's no set way to manage it. Yeah. Did I try amitriptyline? Maybe I did. I tried so many of them. I am so sensitive to most medications, to be honest. I always get the side effects. And some side effects you can actually manage. So, yeah. But there was a bunch of them that I don't know. I decided to just go off it and be. Mental health is key because it helps you deal with the pain more effectively. I have mental illness too, and since diagnosis in intensive therapy and mental health meds, I manage so much better. That's good to hear. That's so good to hear. Yeah. I'm going to hop in because I lost the timer. I'm going to hop us into the next sprint because I think we have been talking for a little bit longer. I added some rain. Oh, I didn't know that was a function. This is what I wanted to do. And then we just do another hour. This hour, I intended to do sort of the same. I'm going to read a little bit. Actually, I'm going to maybe put together, I am doing some learning stuff for my personal curriculum, and I did read a chapter of this book that I need to summarize the notes. So I'm going to start by doing that and then maybe working on that for a little bit. I think that would be good. I'm starting the timer now, and don't ever apologize for being a chatty Kathy Hermie, because that is just my second mode in life. I love to chat, but I'm going to be quiet now. So Liz has time for her walk, and yeah, we can chat in an hour if you're still here. Have a nice sprint. we are back. It's starting to get dark. The light is fading. I should probably turn some lights on. During this sprint, what did I do? I read a little bit of We Do Not Part, so I'm at 30% of the book now. I also summarized my notes from the first chapter of Exercised, and I started working my way through chapter 2, which is all about resting and how we expend energy just through resting. And it was talking about that Minnesota starvation experiment, which is very, very interesting, but must have been a horrible experiment, to be honest. All of these experiments always sound horrible to me. But yeah. Lindsay, you're back from your walk. Cold, but worth it. Yeah, that's good. Willow is a happy pup. What kind of pup is Willow? We'd very much like to know, I think. Maybe there are pictures somewhere. I know you can't send them through the chat, but that would be nice. Bet it felt so fresh, Lindsay, says Hermie. I would agree. The same. It's always good to go out. Yeah. I need to actually have a little chat with my friend who I'm going to meet up in about this evening, at least. I'm trying to figure out when we're meeting up. Isabel just had a little upset, but we fixed it by doing the fart alphabet, thanks YouTube, and getting Dad to come back so she could go and feed my son's cat Gatto with him. Oh, that's good that YouTube can help in times when your kid is a little upset. Yeah. Oh, Gatto is a good cat name, actually. Yeah. How was your sprint? Did you enjoy it? I am debating whether or not we should do one more. I think I might have time for one more. I just have to talk to my friend and see when we're meeting up. Luckily, these experiments are what made us get rules and guidelines for research these days. I love reading the older research because it always blows my mind what we will do to each other in the name of research. Yes, it's kind of crazy. There's this really nice podcast. It's in Swedish, but it's called The Experiment. And it's a journalist that goes through all of these different experiments. And they taught us so much about how the human body or humans in general work. But at the same time, they were always done at the expense of someone. And it's really sad. I, as someone who works in HR, have been really referencing this guy who, now I don't remember his name. It will come to me at some point. But he did a lot of experiments on monkeys, and is like the foundation kind of attachment theory, but it shows that he did experiments partially through looking at like what will happen if you're isolated from your parents, and showed that love was actually a need that you have. But he also did experiments on like motivation that shows that like we have intrinsic motivation inside of us, or at least monkeys do, but I think humans do as well. Yeah. And then when I listened to the episode about him, it was very clear that he did not care about the monkeys whatsoever. It's terrible experiments. They taught us so much, but yeah, poor monkeys, honestly. Hi, Sela. I'm currently reading Pride and Prejudice. It's my first time reading anything from Jane Austen. It's currently 5 p.m. where I live. What time is it there? Oh, here it is. Where do you live? Let me know. Here it is 3 p.m. So I'm 2 hours behind you. I know some people in the chat are from the UK, and then we have one person in the US as well. Pride and Prejudice is, I think, all in all, really good. It took me forever to get through because it's just a lot of gossiping, essentially. Uh, it took me a long time to get through. And also because I'm not a native English speaker, a lot of the old-time languages, like old-time language of like a classic, is just three extra layers of difficulty for me. So yeah, how are you liking Pride and Prejudice so far? Because I enjoyed it in the end, but it did take me like half the book to really get into it. The fart alphabet. Let's hope she doesn't repeat that one at school. Yeah, there are many things that you as a kid hopefully shouldn't repeat at school. However, that might win her some street cred amongst the kids. I don't know. Yeah. I'm interested in reading another Han Kang. I read The Vegetarian this year. I thought it was a very unique book. It is a very unique book. It's one of my favorites. I think Human Acts, it's the other Han Kang that I have read and really, really enjoyed. I can recommend. It is very difficult to read though because it's about a massacre. So I would keep that in mind. I am only about 30% into We Do Not Part, but I am definitely enjoying it so far. And I've heard many people say it's really, really great. I also read The White Book, which, I don't know, that one flew over my head. I did not really understand it. So I know many people rave about it, but it's very short. It's like a novella or something. So yeah. If you haven't already, check out Zimbardo's Stanford Prison Experiment. Yes, that one is also crazy. It is really interesting how we people act towards each other when given the opportunity, isn't it? I am so fascinated by psychology in those aspects. I know there are some critiques of the prison experiment in terms of like that apparently the person might have urged some of the participants to do or perform some of the acts that they ended up performing, and that many of them actually believed, oh, but this is a game, I wouldn't act this way if it was in real life. I don't know. I still think it tells us something about what humans are capable of doing, especially if they believe that there will be no consequences, etc. I'm on page 70, so I have a long way. I'm trying to get to know the characters. There are so many. I live in Turkey, by the way. Cool. I've never been to Turkey. It's on my list of countries yet to see. But yeah, for sure. There are many characters, and like I said, they do gossip a lot with each other about many different things. What I found interesting about Jane Austen and her writing style is that it's more about people talking to one another about other people. The way she tells the story is through people talking to one another rather than a plot-driven book in that sense. So you do get to know these characters, but it's mostly just about through them talking to each other, which it took me a while to really get into and really vibe with. But I think the second half, I really enjoyed. The first half, I was struggling a little bit, to be honest. Skinner's experiments on operant conditioning is interesting too, and the Phineas Gage case study is so interesting too. I am familiar with Skinner because I did take a psychology class where we talked about it. But Phineas Gage, do I know? Let me look it up. Phineas Gage. Oh, a gruesome but true story about brain science. It's the person with the iron rod through the brain. I have heard of this, but I don't think I have read up on it so much. So thank you for bringing that to light. I will look into it because that would be cool to read more about, actually, to understand. Phineas Gage. Cool. Wow, there are photos of him and everything. Okay, I will definitely look into that a little bit more. That's cool. Yeah, okay. So I think we'll do one final sprint because I like hanging out, and then I'm gonna have to get ready because I need to go meet my friends. Oh, I did psychology for a couple years. I really enjoyed it. It was exciting to remember all the studies covered in study. Got a bit carried away. No, don't say sorry. I am definitely enjoying going down this road. I think psychology is really interesting, especially these parts of psychology, understanding how people work, but also I think the study of psychology in a very meta way, like looking at people who studied psychology, is equally as interesting because many of them were so weird, man. Like even the ones like Freud and Jung and all of these like big names, they weren't maybe necessarily always such great people, and they did shady stuff. And I think that's also in itself super interesting, in as a field study or whatever. Yeah. But let's do another sprint and then we come back and we do one final chat before it's time to say goodbye. And then I think I'm going to set this sprint for, couldn't agree more, absolutely. I'm gonna not do an equal length of sprint. We're going to do 45 minutes, I think. Just because I tried to count on it. And since I started, I think we've done 4 sprints already. So this would be the 5th. So it could be good to just do a final 45-minute one. I have no idea how I set that up, but you guys are going to have to come along whilst I figure that out. I think it is here somehow. Yeah, here I set 60 minutes, so we do 45. And we see if it has updated. We skip the break. Look at that. Great. I still understand how to do things. Let's do the final 45 minutes and then we'll come back and chat before it's time to say goodbye. Can't wait to chat with you in 45. Have a good sprint. Okay, that was the end of our final sprint. I honestly didn't do much. I coordinated, okay, I did do things. I coordinated with my two friends because we just bought movie tickets to go to the cinema tonight. And we're going to go see No Other Choice, which is the new Park Chan-wook movie. And I'm obsessed with him. Every movie that he's made, I think I've seen them all, except for this new one then. No, there should be, he made an American version of something, didn't he? I haven't seen that, but I've seen the majority of them. And I'm so excited for that to be my first movie. People are saying it's a masterpiece, at least in the when I was looking through the movies on for the movie theater. So we'll see. And then we also decided to go out and eat beforehand. So now we are booking a place for that, and it's going to be a very nice, exciting time. I can't wait, honestly. Joshua says, hello, I was away for a bit as I was cooking lunch, but I'm back now. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. What did you eat? I wrestled with Canva to do weekly and monthly schedules to share in the Discord. Yeah. Do you have like ready-made templates? I know Canva provides them, but it's, still takes a little bit of effort to create something, I think. Thank you so much for joining in on the sprints. As always, super fun to hang out. I will be doing my next sprint. Maybe I will do one next week. I think one a week is a good situation. And I now, after planning out my week, I have decided to do it on Thursday. So Thursday the 8th. I will put it there. But I will schedule it after I have left today. And probably it will be in the evening for my time because I do have work on Thursday. I'm going back to work on Wednesday. So probably like 6:30 my time is a good time to get started with that. But yeah, I'll schedule it and you can find it if you want to join me next time. Thank you, Joshua, for joining in on the sprints. I'll let you know my thoughts on The Housemaid once I've finished it. In your next live, absolutely. I would love to hear. Even if you can't join the next live, I need to know what you thought. Nothing really beats like having finished that book. So like knowing all the details, I mean. So let me know what you thought of them. I very much enjoy these sprints. That's so much fun to hear you say, especially on the weekends to do some reading and some weekly planning. Thanks for hosting. Thank you. I don't know. I haven't really decided which days I'm going to be doing this as a recurring thing. I think Sundays are nice because I typically do not have major plans, so I might next week fit one in on Sunday as well. But I also know that now that work is starting up again, it's going to become so stressful. So it's good to also have a day to bed rot or like to just be on the couch. However, Sundays are really nice. I do have yoga planned for next Sunday, but we'll see. Yeah. And I think we can end there. Honestly, I don't have much more yapping to do. I need to get ready for my evening out. And then I will see you soon. But thank you so much, as usual, for joining in and for hanging out and for getting things done together. Since I started doing this, I've become a much more productive person, and I think it's mostly thanks to you. Time just flies by. I can't believe I started doing this at 10 and it's now 4. How did 6 hours just like bloop, fly by like that? So thanks for hanging out, and I will sadly miss the movie night tonight, but I hope that I can join in next Sunday because I really enjoyed that as a concept. Have a great rest of your Sunday and a wonderful week until I see you next time. Bye-bye.